would you look what we have here? Hello, everyone. Good evening. I know you are so not used to seeing me at this hour of the day, but I felt, why not take a crazy chance? Why not do a crazy dance? You know what I'm saying? So here we are. It is 10 p.m. where I am. I don't know what time it is where you are, but I'm so glad that you're here joining me. I am going to be locking in for the next 4 hours, which means that I will be working until 2 a.m. my time. So let me just say this. Once we get past midnight, I'm not cancelable for anything that I say when I'm delirious. Okay? Deal? Deal? Yeah. Anyways, how are we doing, friends? We have Natalie here who cannot support us in person, but is here to support us in spirit. We are so blessed and grateful. Hello, Evelyn. This is awesome. Well, you're awesome for being here. Good evening, Vamika. Nicole. Hi, I will not be writing, but will be productive on crochet. Oh, that sounds so relaxing, honestly. A nice little cozy Saturday night crochet vibe. We live. Yes, ready for some revision, Margot. Hello, Miley. Kokoro. Oh, so many friends. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. They're actually new. And yes, I am woo woo enough to get purple glasses so that I can start Project Purple with purple glasses. Okay? I'm one of those people. I'm woo woo like that. I love having objects that are like useful that I can say that I started using, like my keyboard keycap set. Anyway, not the Hillary Duff lyrics. That's the vibes for tonight. Good evening. Goal tonight is to not fall asleep and write. I believe in you, the indecisive writer. I'll be working on notes for plot holes. Very nice. The same frame shape. Ah, twins. Twin, where have you been? Nobody knows me like you do. Y'all, I love that song. Have y'all heard Frequency do that song from Building the Band? Because it's so good. Deal. Nice. Oh, so many. Thank you. Thank you for not holding me accountable for my actions after midnight. I appreciate that. uh yes. Dang, I just yanked my computer with my head. I'm having to keep these plugged into my computer for now because, of course, right before I wanted to start the stream, at least three of the devices that I needed were on the brink of death, and so I had to plug them up. And so we're just gonna have to keep her plugged in for probably this first little yap session. See, look, it's 10 o'clock and I already can't talk, so we're in for it. We're in for it together, friends. Hello, how are you? Good to see you. Yes. Hello, Renee. Welcome, welcome. Hello. If you get a glasses chain, we can fully twin. Oh, did you get the kind that have the like actually go like there's a hole built into it with the chains in it? Because I have seen some like that. But I don't know. You mean like the chain that like you put on the back so it can go around your neck? You can like pull them down and they can hang from your neck. Is that what you mean? Because I've never had one of those before. Get up and do some homework. Homework's not fun though. But I mean, hey, you do you, you know? I'm not going to tell anybody. Whatever you decide. We will see if my little one will let me put him down in his crib, but he's mad when I went back to work for a few nights and now wants to sleep on me. Aw. Hello, ready to continue writing through midnight. Might be my cap. I don't think I can make it to 3 a.m. my time. Oh, very nice, very nice. So it is currently 11 p.m. for you. So yeah, I get that. I'm not even mad at you. Gonna brainstorm. Ooh, I probably won't stick it out till 2 because I have work at 9, but I'm also known for poor sleeping decisions when it comes to writing. Yeah, I don't make poor decisions when it comes to writing often, but when I do it live on the internet. You know what I'm saying? Oh, so we're here. It's fine. My chain loops around the arm, but am I? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I've never had any of the little chain dudes, but you know, never too late. Also 11 p.m. for you. Very nice. Yeah. So what I'm going to be working on is I'm in the process of wanting to kind of like re-outline, but also the main thing that I'm doing is building out my Scrivener. Because right now I have about like 6 documents with random thoughts and ideas and like one outline here and then a chunk of an outline here where I'm like, ooh, oh, actually, I want to change this thing. And it's all in these different places, and I need to get it all into one place so that when the time comes to start drafting this thing, that I'm not looking in 3 different places at 6 different documents. So that is what I'm going to be doing, and I'm also going to be like actually actively doing some world building, some fleshing out of certain like scenes and plot points. I've already, guys. So before I start this, I have a tab on my Project Purple document that's like the series plan, and I ended up what was I think it was with Natalie. Yeah, I think Natalie called me randomly and was like, "Hey, I need someone to hold me accountable and write with me." So I was like, "Bet." She was like, "Can you give me 2 hours of your time?" I said, "Absolutely." So we wrote for 2 hours, and when she called me, I was already kind of like thinking of my series plan. So basically, I wrote out my one sheet for book one of like, this is how it starts. This is the catalyst. This is the meat and potatoes of the fun and game section, what the trials are going to look like, and then like how it resolves and what things are left open, what questions are we still left with that we're going to carry with us into book two. And so we did a little 40-minute sprint, and then just on that 40-minute sprint, I just stream of consciousness a one page, like a one sheet for the second book. And Loki, I'm real excited, but I haven't even written the first book. So like, how can I get excited about the second one, you know? And then also, I think I'm gonna have because so there's so much I want to tell you because but I can't tell you because like that's it's like one of the best parts, you know. Basically, okay, so I'm just gonna say this. I'm going to have a Frost and Starlight moment. There's gonna be chunky book, shorter book to kind of tell you things that were happening during the second book. So it's almost like the tandem reads where you can kind of you follow one journey and then we go back in time to a character that got separated from the pack and we follow their journey to see how they got back with it's, follow me. I'm trying to say this without spoiling, but I'm sure you're catching the gist of what I'm saying. So there's going to be a third book that is just that whole separate story of like how like what happened after they disappeared and led up to them coming back. So yeah. And then the fourth book, maybe fifth book, will be the get the gang for the final battle and let's do the thing. We ride at dawn. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Like truly. Yes, very much that. But it's one character that goes missing at the end of book one. And so it's just I'm so excited. And the more that like it cooks on the back burner, the more I just the plot gets deeper and more intricate and uh so much fun. I'm so excited. Like I'm is it October 1st yet? Because I'm ready. I could start, well, I'm not gonna say that. Knock on wood. Let's see. I'm so excited. Yes, love that. Such a cool concept. Series sounds so awesome already. Love it. Yes, you and Alyssa both jumping into fantasy at the same time is truly iconic. Like, what happened? But yeah, I've been hearing stuff about Alyssa's fantasy, and y'all, it's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good. But yeah, I haven't like announced it officially anywhere, but since y'all are here with me late at night, you kind of get the inside scoop. But for right now, I think for the rest of the year, I have shelved terms and conditions, um, just because I every time I sat down to try to revise, I could not focus because Project Purple was literally like knocking on my skull and being like, "Hello, pay attention to me." And so terms and conditions has just been shelved for the rest of the year, and I will probably what I'm going to do is after this drafting season of the 90-day novel challenge, I'll probably take a few weeks off to revise the big 90-day novel vlog that's going to be God knows how long, and then I am going to jump into revisions towards the end of June with probably the goal of having the next finished draft by like March-ish, maybe by end of March. So that'll give me like 2 full months because I already have the revision plan. I just have to implement it. So that's kind of like the next, I guess, how many months is that? Like 6 months of my life through March? Yeah, because Q4 starts in October. So yeah. And this month I am just letting Project Purple cook and see what comes up before October 1st. So that's the tea on me. What's the tea on you? You know what I'm saying? A live stream that aligns with my sleep schedule. I know, right? And I figured this would be a fun time where I get to interact with the people that aren't able to come to like the earlier streams, like that are up for the later night ones. So excited. See, this is why I love late night streams. Always potential for inside scoops. See, always correct. So excited for this late night writing sesh. Me too. We're actually going to be getting started here in about 6 minutes. So the way that I'm thinking about doing this is normal 2 hour session where we do like 20 minutes of yap, 40 minutes writing. We do that on and off until 2 a.m. strikes and we all turn into pumpkins. So that is kind of the vibe that we're going for today. So if you're excited and you're going to be locking in with me, I'm excited. I got me some peanut butter and banana in this bowl, crunchy peanut butter because I don't know. I love crunchy peanut butter and a very, very large water. Let me know if you have any water or drinks or snacks in the chat. Let's see what we're all snacking on and drinking on tonight. Just started writing as a teenage author. Do you have any tips when it comes to outlining or your first chapters? I mean, for everyone is different, but for me personally, the first thing that comes to me with an outline is the ending, like the twist, the big reveal, the cliffhanger that happens that makes your readers want to throw the book across the room. That's usually the thing that I know. And so usually what helps me, if I can't figure out where to start, then I'll start at the end where I already know I want the end of the story to be and then work backwards. So if it's not working for you to start at the beginning, then start at the end and move backwards, and maybe that will unlock something for you. You never know. Hello, Victoria. So happy to see you here. I'll be brainstorming and figuring out where new details and setups go in my 5th draft. Ooh, 5th draft. That's so fun. Water and Pepsi Zero. Very nice. Oh, I'm jealous, man. I want some chocolate milk. I have not had some. When was the last time I had chocolate milk? Sometimes I forget that I have free will and I can literally order chocolate milk from the store anytime I want to. So maybe that's what I'm going to do tomorrow as a treat for getting through this 4-hour stream. I think that would be a good treat. Nice glass of wine. Ooh, red or white? I want to know. Because me personally, I am a white wine person. I don't do red wine. It's not that I don't like it or the taste of it. It's just it makes me literally sweat. Like it makes my internal temperature rise and I get so hot and I can't do it. But for me, I'm like a Pinot Grigio or a Vouvray. I love a Vouvray, which is one that I have only heard of like in the last like 2-ish years. But it's delicious. Finished off a peanut butter cookie with some honey turmeric tea. Very nice. Water, stay hydrated. Got some lemon ginger tea and drink to wait. A lemon ginger tea to drink and some chapters to revise. Very nice. I just don't know how to read. Tuning in from Europe here, hitting a 5 a.m. session, and finally on a stream with y'all. Oh, I love that. That's so exciting. It's so cool that you're starting your day and I am ending it. Just threw some tempura chicken in the air fryer, having General Tso's tonight. Oh, I love General Tso's chicken. So I'm so happy for you, Fran. I tend to come up with the very start, then panic, swapping between a million different catalyst options, move on to finding out the ending, and go back to the catalyst again. I totally get that. Literally, with this book, I have, like, I've been having a similar, who was it that asked the question? Having a similar issue with as this person right now with Project Purple because there are so many possibilities, especially with fantasy. Because I mean, there are so many things, so many decisions to make, like before you can actually figure out where you need to start. And sometimes I get the decision paralysis, and it is a struggle. But I do think I've found my spot to start the story because I knew that the catalyst didn't change. I knew that I needed to get my character from these islands to these trials, and because I mean the only way he was going to get to the mainland was through. That's the only way to enter is through the trials, and it was basically set up as a safeguard by the fallen gods to keep enemies and others out of Taline, and so that is the only way in and out. And the only reason that our characters are on the outside of it is because during the war where the gods fell, the part of the land was broken off into a series of islands, and because that land was no longer connected to the heart of Taline, which is like this purple crystal tree situation, the that land no longer possessed magic. So the people that live on the islands of Fracture have no magic. They are clear bloods or people without magic. So I don't know how I got on that tangent, but that's some lore about my world in case you were wondering. Pumpkin cookies and water. Oh, you know what? I am so excited about all the fall flavors coming back, like pumpkin spice everything. I personally am not a pumpkin spice girly. I'm more of a chai person. Like, I don't know. I'm just not a fan of pumpkin in general. So, but no hate to my baddies that love a pumpkin spice latte. No hate at all. Only support from me. Hello, Anna. Welcome. So happy to have you. For white wine over red too, or a rosé. I do love a rosé, but I gotta be careful with them rosés because I just drink those like water. And then next thing I know, falling over. I'm walking down Diagon Alley. You know what I'm saying? I'm having red, funnily enough, love. See, for me, I do like red, which it stinks because it just makes me hot. Okay, but I my favorites are usually like the red blends or there is a Carlo Rossi. I think it's a Moscato. No, it's not Moscato. Moscato's a white wine. Sangria. It's a Carlo Rossi sangria. Delicious. It is one of my favorites, but good lord, makes it feel like it's 98 degrees in the house. Having a hot flash. Now I want to make tea. Oh, what time is it? Oh, it's time. Oh my gosh. Here I am just yapping away about chai and pumpkin spice. But okay, we got to start writing, y'all. That's the rules. Them's the rules. Okay. Oh, nice. You just got one homework assignment to finish and then you'll be free to write. Well, slay. You can knock that homework assignment out right now. Okay, friends. 40 minutes are on the clock. Best of luck. Happy writing or whatever you're doing during this 40 minutes, and I'll see you in 40. Hello. How'd it go, friends? How'd it go? It looks also looking at these numbers, looks like we had some new friends joining us during that sprint. So if you joined during the sprint, hello, welcome. Let's see. I need to catch up on some comments from last sprint because I lost track of time. We were talking about chai tea lattes. And it looks like a lot of you also love a chai tea latte. And we're reminded that it is, in fact, pumpkin bread season. Um, truly, truly, that has been this project. So, let's see. Oh, hey, JK Limbo, welcome. Let's see, going to be doing some outline for your first fantasy novel as well. Ah, that's so fun, so exciting. Happy to have you here on this lovely late evening. Hello and welcome. Happy to have you here. Let's see. Why was I squinting? I'm literally wearing glasses. I can see it. I was just like, anyway, 565 words for me, and then my word counter reset because we hit midnight. Oh, I was like, you did, but you're an hour ahead of me. That's why. Drew a section of a family tree and set up a page count tracker for the month. Very nice, very productive. Love everyone joining the fantasy train. I mean, why not? Life's too short to not have a little bit of magic in it. Happy to finally make a stream. Yes, so happy you could make it. Half asleep playing a game on my phone. Gonna call it a night. Happy writing. Good night to you. Have a wonderful rest of your evening or morning, depending on what time it is. Wrote 955 words, finished the first chapter. Very nice. That's a lot of progress. Very good. Made it to the second to last chapter. Have one scene to rewrite, then only minor edits. That's so exciting. Made dinner. We're watching our nightly episode of SWAT. Very cool. No words written because I came back home from dinner with my parents. Currently researching desserts for your main characters to bake. Very nice. Scripted a YouTube video. That is good. Very nice. Very nice. Let's see. 361 words. This section is tricky. Careful dialogue. So it's going slowly, but going nonetheless. And that is all that matters. I'm going to be crocheting until I decide whether or not I want to write a bit more, read, or edit a little. We love a crochet at nighttime. Let's see. Insomnia. One more laundry load tomorrow, and then I'm out of detergent and don't have money this month for more. Oh, that is no bueno. Gotta have the laundry detergent. All the friends saying hello to each other. Y'all are so precious. Okay. So, do we want to play a game where you try to poke holes in my world building or magic system to see what I'm lacking? Because right now, pieces are coming together. I had a big piece click during that last sprint. So that was really cool because, well, I'm not going to say anything. I don't want to spoil that because I think that's going to be something that would be memorable if you were to one day eventually read the book. So going to not say that, but if you have like questions or something about my world of Project Purple, these are the three answers. Okay. The three answers that I'm allowed to give you are the answer to your question. I can say, I don't know. And if I say I don't know, then I have to type down a question to myself so I remember to answer it in the next sprint. And then my third option can be, I do know, but I can't tell you because it's a spoiler. Okay? So those are my three options. Ask me whatever question you want about this first book. Not plot wise, just like world building wise. I don't want to do plot questions because no spoilers. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Ooh, good start. Good start. I've actually been doing a lot of fleshing out of my characters. And I can tell you what they want most because I feel like from that you can almost ascertain a fear. So my main protagonist, my main character, well, I'll just tell you what they all want, just so because it just sounds cool. Okay. So Luca wants to save his home, Jinx wants to find her family, Thunk wants to find his purpose, and Asher wants to seek his revenge. So those are like their main wants. So I feel like with that said, Luca is afraid of two things. One, he is afraid of losing his physical home, which at the beginning of the book is Fracture. And his other fear is losing his spiritual home, which is Asher. So he has two homes that are at jeopardy of being lost here. Okay. Um, I don't think they have cheese in this world. But I mean, I made the world, so I guess I could add cheese. But I mean, I feel like if there was cheese in Fracture, then he would definitely eat it. So I'm gonna say yes. Um, that is a good question because with this one, they don't really have a currency system. I guess their currency is time because it's everybody helps everybody. Like if you need this, we'll trade for it. Like it's either like trade or I don't know. That's a good question. Writing that down, writing it down, writing it down, writing it down. Where is my do I have a questions tab on my Scrivener? Okay, we'll add it to the random ideas tab. No, we're not. We're gonna make its own separate tab. Not me talking to myself. What am I doing? Okay. Questions to answer. Because we're in the first book, we don't even make it to like the main land, sort of. So I don't know. I haven't thought of currency, but I guess they have to have some way of trading goods on these islands. So, no, it does not. Oh, y'all, there's a character that I'm introducing in book 2, and oh, I love her so much. She is so sassy, and there's basically it's a cult that is, but all the members are women. It's very much like the what's the race of people in Zelda? The Gerudos. It's kind of like that vibe, but instead of being like ancient warriors, it's a cult. But it's so fun. What are the houses built out of? Dirt and rocks and sticks. Like they're like huts, kind of, because like these islands, they have like little to no resources. They have enough to survive, and they receive like shipments every so often. Probably like I mean, time is weird there, so I'd say maybe every like fortnight they receive a shipment of just like supplies from the mainland, and that's it. They don't really have much. Honestly, for world building, every time that I come up with something, I ask myself, okay, why? And you could do that nonstop. So, I would just start with one aspect that you want to build out. For example, if you want to build out your environment, like for example, in an early version of this book in mine, the one big environmental world building thing was that the sun was dying. And so I kept saying, okay, how would that affect this? How would that affect these people? How would it affect, a land that once the sun dies, what happens when you have to live with no sunlight for an extended amount of time? Because I mean, just that one environmental thing that you come up with can impact so much of your world building and how people spend their time and what they look like, what they act like, all that good stuff. Right? There's a wide variety of questions. So this is great. This is great. I don't know if I'll be able to get through all of them before the 20 minutes is up, but I'll do my best. Um, yes, they do, and this is one that I can't tell you, but I really like it because it's one of those things that's like there are two characters that end up on this island, and it should have been impossible for them to get there. And so that's what's going to add the intrigue because I know how they got there, but it's in this world it is impossible for islanders of Fracture to travel or to like mingle with one another. Like each island is isolated to itself. So because one they're not allowed any mode of transportation on these islands, and the creatures in the ocean are lethal. They'll eat you right up. So isolated islands, but so it should have been impossible for two people to get to the main island that we're starting on, but they got there somehow, and I do know that. There isn't real. I guess I mean the land is run by gods, but by fallen gods. And so right now it's kind of like an every man for themselves kind of thing. So I mean, there are definitely more false religions with false idols, I should say, towards the beginning of the story, which is really all I have plotted out, like in the first two books. So most of the religions that we come across are either are praising some sort of false idol, because at the start of the story, all of the gods have fallen, and so there is no god to worship. You know. Um, what do kids learn in schools? There are no schools in Fracture, at least, but that Fracture and the trials are the only things that we need for book one. So I'm sure there will be some form of a school in book two with because we're gonna have a training montage. You know, gotta do that one of those. So there's definitely gonna be like a school, but it's probably gonna be more like combat or like magic teachings based on the power that is imbued in your crystals. Um, yeah, it's mostly gods. There was one main god, Genedea, and at in the creation of the world, there was Genedea. She took half of her oh, come on, hearts. She took half of her power. So okay, so here's Genedea, right? She's one whole thing. She took her power, cut it in half, and then with one half broke that into four pieces, and those four pieces are like basically like her children in the story of it. And those four children were the ones that went on to basically rule the north, south, east, and west of this land. And Genedea was the center. She was the heart of everything. She was the almighty, you know. And one of the four ended up basically he felt that as he was, you know, leading his people, they began to put these ideas in his head that he was like the least favorite of the four, that, you know, he got the smallest piece of land of the four. He is basically like being like getting the short end of the stick all the time, and he should do something about it. And so eventually he ends up beginning to listen to his people. He ends up forging this weapon that if you like whoever like the life that it takes, excuse me, gets transferred into the person who took the life. And so he basically goes on a killing spree and kills all of his brothers and sisters. And when he does that, that means that now he is equally as powerful as Genedea because he has absorbed the other three gods' powers. And in the final clash, Fidus is sealed in his tomb. The land is broken so that the tomb cannot be rebuilt, and Genedea is sealed within the great crystal tree. So that is the story of the gods. So Anyway, whew, that was a lot of talking. um, we don't really deal with the ruling class in book one yet, but I do. There's some things that I do know regarding this question, but I feel like it may be a spoiler, so I'm gonna keep that one hush. Um, lactose intolerance, it's a big common issue. Transportation slash travel. There is no travel on from like for the islanders, but if they were to travel, it'd be on a boat because that's the only way they can leave their islands for right now. Um, Drops down all these great questions. These are some great questions. Y'all are killing it. Um, the climate like, do they observe 4 seasons in their areas? I feel like yes and no. It's more like in my mind, I'm imagining there. It's when the sun is up, then it is tropic climate. Hot fishermen. Sea salt vibes. But when the sun goes down, it definitely is more like cold or whatever. But I'm still playing with the actual like weather because right now I'm trying to think. Everything that I've plotted up to this point has taken place during like the summer months. So I'm assuming that I don't know. I'll think about that. Let me look at that. Weather pattern. I'm adding this to my list. Weather patterns slash seasons question mark. Uh Sorry, I'm going through and reading and trying to get ones that I. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is some fun stuff. Okay, let me go back up here and get some of these. Um, get supplies for other places. Hmm. I don't know. In my mind, I'm imagining it's. I mean, because it's very low tech. They don't have any tech. I mean, they're basically like hunters, gatherers, foragers. So it's very much like that vibe mixed with like I'm imagining like in uh the beginning of Beauty and the Beast where everyone's like, hey, come over here, sell stuff, like lots of merchants and stuff, very loud, very kind of dirty and not, the best quality. Think the the vibe and the grunge of I guess Sweeney Todd, kind of how like everything just looks kind of like dilapidated and dirty and that kind of vibe. That's how I'm imagining like the markets being, but really we don't see the market that much. We see the bar like a tavern with a bunch of drunk people. Where oh my gosh, I wrote a sea shanty for this book. I'm so excited about it. It will be in the book, and I love it. Um, Hello, welcome to the stream. Hope your outline's going well. Good luck. You're gonna crush this challenge. Oh, thank you, Tia. You're so sweet. Is the calendar similar to Earth calendar, days of the week, hours in the day? Not really, because on the islands of Fracture, they're not like allowed any kind of like time telling device, or I'm sure, I don't know, maybe they know from like the sun, but I don't think they're like allowed any sort of time telling device, or if they, you know, if the society even like works like that. If they work in days, weeks, months, or if they just kind of experience life. Can I just okay, we're gonna have to make this second sprint a 30-minute sprint because I came across this video and it was all about the concept of time. Like there, like it was in oh, hold on. Like it was in let me see. It was an African philosopher, and it was talking about how, like for them, they don't really have the concept of future because there's a philosopher, and I can't think of his name right now, but he talked about the time flowing backwards into like a like there's only two time. There's no past, present, future. There is just the now, which is like the very near past, the very near future, and the current moment. That is the now, and all of that flows into the past. And there's a specific word for it. But I just found that so fascinating. And they were talking about how sometimes when people come to Africa and they're looking around and they're like, why are like they're sitting under a tree just staring at the out into the nature, just on a nice cloudy day, just vibing, and people are like, what, they're wasting all this time, and they don't have that. They don't have the wasting time does not exist because you Okay, can you hear me now? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I don't know how long I was going on for, but basically, I was telling you that I locked my husband out of the house. And I guess you saw what comments I was going through because I was just, I could, whatever. It's fine. It wouldn't be me if the tech didn't break at least once. Okay. That's just how I roll around here. Oh my gosh, not 5 minutes. Oh Lord. Well, you know, we can all look back at those 5 minutes fondly and laugh because that's very on brand for me. But anyways, with that said, we're gonna start our second sprint. Do 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 do. Yes, everything is okay. We are so back. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. We are so back. We're gonna be great, y'all. Oh, next time I see you, it'll be tomorrow for me. So, best of luck. Happy 40 minutes of writing, reading, productivity, crocheting, watching TV, whatever it is you're gonna do. And I'll see you in 40. All right. How did we do? Also, can you hear me? Just to make sure we don't have any more technical difficulties like we did during the last Yap sesh. We're going up. Yay! Okay, wonderful. Sweet. Love that, love that. Okay, technology is on our side on this day because now it is a new day for me. So, yes, wonderful. Sounds good. Had so much fun writing. I forgot we were sprinting. Oh, I love when that happens, when time just flies by and you're like, oh, yeah, I was doing that. Did you watch KDH2? My mind is blanking on what KDH can represent. So please help because it is past midnight and I am old. Got about 250 words. Very nice. Yes, it is a good sign. Indeed. I got 450 words in draft 2. Very nice. Wasn't writing this sprint, but was editing an application because I'm shared flat hunting. Oh, fun. Well, not fun. Applications are never fun. So close to finishing this passive draft 3. Very nice. Oh, yes. Yes, I was singing that. I was listening to that while I was working on some background stuff. Because I mean, are you kidding? It's so good. I was. I was in fact doing that. I just didn't realize I was doing that because I was on autopilot, but it's fine. But yeah, love me some K-pop Demon Hunters. That one, I love Golden. I like Soda Pop. You're my soda pop, my little soda pop. So good. Wrote 343 more words. Just about to get to an action scene. Ooh, man. Okay, I'm struggling on where to start this opening scene. I know, like I can. It's like I can see the scene, right? And like I know what I want it to be, but I lost the second half of that sentence. So we're just gonna have to stay tuned to find out what I was thinking on that one. Figuring out how many story threads I have, and there are a lot. Yes, that's how I feel. I feel like I'm in the point right now of my world building where I am cutting the stuff that is because there's so many ideas here that I have. And so right now I'm kind of going through and cutting some things that I'm like, okay, you're doing too much, and refining the things that I want to keep, you know? So that is kind of what this round of outlining is kind of doing because I see the vision, but it's like I'm looking at it's like I'm watching the movie without my glasses on. Like I can get a sense of what's going on, but I can't see where the scene starts. So but I know how the chapter ends. Like I know how the scene/chapter ends. But how do we get there? How does the information get dropped? Like that's what I'm trying to figure out here. But we'll see. You don't know how to start a scene? Story of my life. Send help. Honestly, I feel that. I see. I'm so good at ending a scene, but starting one, good luck. Honestly. Well, good morning, Emma Louise. So happy to have you here. I love that it is morning for you. It literally just turned midnight for me. So if I look like I'm falling asleep, I promise I'm not. Mentally, I'm awake, but my body's like, "Hey, what are we doing?" It's that meme of Judge Judy where she's like, "You know what I'm talking about? If you know, you know." Good morning. Good morning. Good. We can both look asleep still together because goodness gracious, I'm surprised my mind is even working. But I mean, and I don't know if I ever said this, but the reason that I'm up this late or early, depending on where you are, is because I am currently in the process of doing a writing like author video, and I'm doing Brandon Sanderson. So I'm doing his very late night writing routine, and I figure, hey, if I'm going to be up writing until 2 a.m., I might as well do it live on Beyonce's internet. So here we are, live on Beyonce's internet. Thank you all for being here. And also, this way, if, like in the vlog or whatever, for example, because right now I'm not doing a good job of filming. And what if someone's like, you didn't actually stay up until 2 a.m.? All of you are here. All of you were here. This is living proof. You got to see the Delulu sleepy 2 a.m. Cody. So if anyone tries to come for me and say you didn't actually stay up until 2 a.m., you can send them this link and a knuckle sandwich and be like, hey, maybe we get off the internet today. I don't know where that was going. I got a sleeve finished. Ooh, except for the trim. And I started the second sleeve. So fun. Could never. I'm such a morning person. Oh, see, I am a morning person now, but that's only because I had to adapt to being a corporate girly, because for a while there, whenever I left teaching, I was working like a restaurant gigs. So most of my shifts were like at night. So I was super night owl. I was up till like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. every single night, woke up about like 10 or 11. That was my schedule. Honestly, I probably could have like that was Brandon Sanderson's schedule because Brandon Sanderson starts his day at 1 p.m. and he ends his day at 2 a.m. technically, and then he does 2 hours of leisure, which for me, leisure is going to be crawling into bed and closing my eyes. So I'm ending my day at 2 a.m. You know what I'm saying? Not 4 a.m. Because by 4 a.m., what's the point of going to sleep? You know, like it's morning. Like just go ahead, get up, go to the gym before anybody else gets there. uh, anyway, Christina is a witness. All of you are witnesses. Thank you. Can I get a witness? Sleepy Delulu makes some good off the wall ideas. That's what I'm saying. Speaking of off the wall ideas, randomly, I was just watching Katie Chandler. She's Katie Ann Wrights on YouTube. But her most recent video is literally just she set up a camera while her and her friend just like word vomited, like soundboarded back and forth. And it was the most wholesome, amazing thing that I've ever seen. I laughed so much because I was like, this is literally what it sounds like when I am just like spitballing ideas because it is just yeah, we have to filter through a little bit of brain rot to get to the real nuggets, but we get there in the end, and that's all that matters. You know what I'm saying? Right? Cody is not sleeping. That's something I never saw because Cody loves to sleep. Those hours were heavenly. I did enjoy them. I do miss the nightlife a little bit. That was my favorite writing time, but obviously now that I'm a corporate girly, I can't have my late night writing time. But this is a nice little flashback to those days. A little once in a blue moon. 8:15 a.m. for you now. Well, good morning. That's so exciting. We're all just time traveling together. Not that early for you. Honestly, I'm a morning person and a night person, just not an afternoon person. That's my favorite thing that I've ever heard. I'm absolutely going to say I'm a morning person but just not an afternoon person. That is hilarious. Loved that video. Oh, what video? I've already forgotten. Gosh. See, this is what happens. My memory is about this long right now. I can remember about the last 10 seconds and then everything else is control alt delete. Okay, well, you watched it too. Oh, the Katie Ann video. Okay, thank you. Yes, it was so good. It was so good. Okay, so Did everyone in the chat tell me at least what they're working on or how they did on that sprint? Because I don't know. If you want to share a last line, if you want to ask a question, we can soundboard. We can have a late night. I think they called it throwing noodles at the wall, throwing spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks. If anyone wants to just like, we can all together work together on someone's question, like a world building issue, a plot speed bump that we've hit. Tell the class, share with the class. Ooh, that water is crispy. Okay, tell me this real quick while I'm waiting on some other questions. Do you like to drink ice cold water or room temperature water? Because normally I'm a if it's a bottled water, I like room temp. But if it's in a glass, I want it to have some ice in it. But it has to have a straw because the ice hurts my teeth. So that is my answer, in case you were wondering. Usually read when I get up, but now I'm feeling inspired to work on my next outline. Do it. It's so fun. Okay, ice cold, room temp, ice cold, ice cold. Okay, ice cold with ice. Felt that. Ice cold all the way. Ice hurts my teeth too. All the water, bonus points for straws. Yes, but reusable straws because save the turtles. Ice cold, 100%. Yeah, okay. Okay, so you switch it up depending on the season. That's interesting. Cause see, I'm a cold drink person all the time. Like I drink iced coffee year round, iced water year round if it's in a glass. Again, if it's in a bottle, it can be like refrigerated, but I don't want ice. I don't want it to be that cold. You know what I'm saying? But obviously, I guess if it's frozen in the bottle, you're not going to be able to drink it anyway. So, what are we even talking about anymore? um, uh, I do love a Coke Zero. See, I'm a Diet Coke girly, personally. I think that the diet tastes better than the zero. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just me, being set in my ways as I've grown older. I just had what? Adventurers start to fuss that a terrible party could be the cause of the end of the world. All just they can keep their female teammates from trying to get into the main male character's pants. I completely forgot how to read. Oh my gosh. I forgot how to read. That was crazy. I really had a hard time reading that. But that sounds like a very interesting scene to write. So, best of luck to you on that one. Hot tea, warm water, don't mind any temp for soda. See, soda is always got to be cold for me. Like, it's got to be either fresh out the fridge or on ice for sure. Ice cold with a straw any day because I live in a hot place. And heck no, I am drinking hot water like that. Right. Exactly. Exactly. You work on 6 different projects. And yes, my brain is tired. But, well, it's not necessarily my brain because, like, I'm still feeling like creative and like I'm still feeling the itch to sit here and like tinker around on some stuff. It's just, we getting a little delulu in the late hours because even though I tried to sleep in to, make up for the time that I'm staying up later, it didn't work. I was still awake by like 9 o'clock. I tried. I woke up the first time at like 7, and I was like, no, I'm not doing that. We got to go back to sleep. So I went back to sleep, woke up at like 9, tried to go back to sleep for like 30 minutes. It did not work. So by 9:30, we were just like, okay, whatever. We'll get up, we'll play some Spider-Man and just chill out until it's time to start our work day, which was at 1 p.m. So tea and coffee hot, everything else ice cold. Even in summer, tea and coffee must be hot for me. My blood is 99% tea. I love that. See, I grew up in the South, so I grew up with iced tea. Like that is just what we always had. I do definitely now because I was a voice major in college. And so it was during those years where I really found my appreciation for a good, like, hot tea. And to this day, I have a mix now of both. Really, now I drink mostly hot tea because we don't really keep sweet tea or iced tea in the house. So, not for any reason. We just don't want to make it because Clark doesn't really drink it. And then I don't want to make it. So we just don't have it, you know? Let's see. My main character in my vampire fantasy is about to get attacked. So yay! We love to see that. We love to see it. Sounds like stereotypical Brit, but I do also like crumpets, so I guess it stands. Hey, you know what? If you like it, I love it. And I love that. But I have yapped for another 20 minutes, friends. So it is officially time to start sprint number 3, even though that very clearly says sprint number 2. Oh, goodness gracious. It's fine. We're fine. We're doing the best we can with what we got, which is not a lot. Okay. I'm going to tell you this right now. I think my goal for this sprint is to know how I want to have a rough outline of chapter 1. That is my goal for this sprint. Okay. So, best of luck to all of you. 40 minutes on the clock. Here we go. Hello, everyone. Another 40 minutes has come and gone, has passed us all by. How did we do? How are we doing? Y'all, oh my gosh, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I'm crashing. The plane is trying to land, and I am fighting to keep it in the air. But hey, look, we have less than an hour now. Less than an hour until my head gets to go and hit the pillow until like 9 a.m. Hello, hello. How are you? How are you? Got about 100 words before a little one woke up hungry? Question mark. Mostly just vibed for that one since I finished the revision pass. Oh, that is so exciting. Congratulations on you finishing your revision pass. You know, you said it's just small changes. When you say small, do you mean like line edits, or have you already kind of done a line edit? Was this pass that you finished more developmental? Give us the tea. I'm nosy. Yes, of course. Always great to meet new writers. Listen, one thing I love about getting on YouTube, a bunch of cool writers here. Everyone in the chat, they're a great time. They have seen me at my most delulu and yet continue to show up, which is honestly, y'all are the real MVPs of the stream. Got to finish preparing for my fitting this morning. Well, thank you for stopping by, Leah. Good luck with your fitting. I hope it goes super, super well. So what should we talk about for this? We have 14 minutes until the final sprint, the final writing sprint of the stream begins. So if you wanna, I mean, honestly, the floor is open. 151 words at time because I too am fading fast. I know I'm trying to like keep my mind engaged. So I'm just like, let's talk about something, ask a question or anything. Ooh. That was my character and description pass, made an arc change halfway through, so have to go back and update some inferiority for the last pass and then revising a new scene I wrote last pass. So fun. Love that. Sorry, he had up my phone while texting it, set before I could fix it. And that's what kids be doing. They be headbutting stuff. You want to know a fun fact? So whenever I was a kid, I had like cochlear issues, so my balance was horrible. And so when I would go walking around, I would like bump into corners of walls or tables or something, and it would knock me down. And me being the Aries that I am, my mom said that whenever I would like bump into something and fall down, that I would get mad at the wall or the table or whatever I bumped into, and I would literally grab it and headbutt it. So maybe that's what's wrong with me. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe that's where two roads diverged in a yellow wood, and I gave myself permanent brain damage. How long have you been writing? I have been writing. I mean, I've been writing on and off for, forever, but I really picked writing back up seriously October of 23? No, October of 22. Because I started October of 23. Timelines are hard. I'm not usually awake at this hour. Currently on a deadline. Got 2 weeks to do at least 60K words. Are these first draft words? Are you revising? What are we doing? 60K words of what? What genre? I have so many questions. Interiority. I figured that's what you meant, but I just kept on pushing on, pushing on. Um, You know, am I really doing it? Is it going well? I mean, words are appearing on the screen, but I really won't know until tomorrow if I've gotten anything good here. I did make one really good breakthrough that I'm excited about exploring further, which I have been sort of exploring in that last sprint. So I'm really excited about that. It's gonna. I don't want to say anything further. I take it all back. If I ever do that, I find myself verbally apologizing to inanimate objects. Oh my gosh, I have so done that. Or like bumped into like backed into a mannequin at a like an Old Navy or something, and been like, "Oh, sorry," and it's a mannequin. First draft. Been finishing this fantasy novel for the last 4 years now. I just work a lot. I get that. Currently at 100K. Ooh. So are you turning in a draft that's 160K? Because that's a chunky book. Ooh, and right? I'm invested now. On my ninth revision slash rewrite, it's grueling but gratifying to see it come together slowly. Yes, absolutely. Every time you go through it, it just gets more and more refined. That's why I'm doing multiple drafts of my outline to make sure that I'm really capturing the depth of the story early. That way, I'm not trying to cultivate it so much later, because I definitely found that with like the first time I did with Ghostwriters Club. Yeah, I had to do a lot of cultivating and revisions to really find the through line, the plot threads, all of that good stuff. Um, oh, you're at 120K right now. That's awesome. Well, see, most of the time I'm apologizing before I'm even looking at what I'm bumping into. I just assume it's a person. I just assume that I'm in somebody's way. And, maybe that's something I should work on in therapy. I always feel like I'm in somebody's way. I'm looking at least 160K total. Very nice. More than likely, I'll trim it down to 150. Might spare you because you apologize. Exactly. Great writer once said your first draft is like a drunken haze, mistake slash war zone. Oh, yeah. I'm not yawning. I'm not even tired. I'm wide awake, actually. Me trying to convince myself that I'm awake. I'm always, yeah, yeah. That is one of my things. I'm just always assume that I'm in somebody's way. I'm always, yeah. But it's fine. We work on it every day. We get better every day. It is what it is. Yeah, I'm nervous about this first draft that I'm starting in October. I do fear that this she gonna be a chunky book for sure. She is gonna be a chunky book, but I'm so excited about it though because it's gonna be like. But listen, I'm already excited about book two of this thing because I'm so excited. Um. Okay. See. Can I form a sentence? Let me try that again. With my last two books, I would say I was an underwriter, but I was you writing in the thriller mystery genre, and so to me, I am when I'm reading a mystery thriller, it's like short, punchy, fast, like, and so that's kind of how first first draft Cody's brain was thinking about it. It was thinking very like zip zap, get to the point, get to the point, get to the point, and I didn't really leave a lot of room to breathe in those first drafts. But I'm interested to see if I remain an underwriter, shifting over to the fantasy world, or if I remain an underwriter, or if I become an overwriter because of like the world building and all of the stuff that you have to put into fantasy that you don't have to put into mystery thrillers set in the real world that we all already live in. So I'll be interested to see if that changes, but I guess we're kind of finding out as we go. We're really entering uncharted territory here. in more ways than one. With the whole trying to eventually maybe query this book, and also just fantasy in general. But I wanted to have at least two full standalone novels written before I even let myself try to write the fantasy book, because I knew the fantasy was a series, and I was not letting myself take on a full series if I hadn't even fully finished one full novel. And so now that I have two under my belt that I've drafted and gone through the revision process with both of them, I mean, I'm still going through the revision process of terms and conditions, but having those two books under my belt makes me feel a lot more comfortable with how I can manage and keep track of plot threads and character arcs and things like that. And I'm real excited. So, yeah. Right now, I mean, I don't know what to expect. So my goal for the 90-day novel challenge that I'm doing is 100,000 words. So that is what I am projecting right now. But truthfully, I mean, this book could be 150,000 words. It could be 70,000 words. The first draft, not the final book, but this first draft could be it could be anything. But my goal right now is hit 100K or finish the book in the 90 days, whatever that number ends up being. Oh, hate that. Well, have a great rest of your day at your next job. I totally get it. I'm also a 8 to 5 person. I have corporate job, do stuff for at nighttime with theater and things like that. It's all about writing in the margins, writing in the cracks of life whenever you can. Um, oh yes, I talk all about Project Purple and the challenge coming up in my newest video. I'm very excited about it, and a lot of people seem to be really hyped about it. We already have a good amount of people on the Discord and the track bear, and so I'm so excited to just do this. It started off just going to be a personal challenge, but then so many people were commenting and being like, I want to do it. I want to do it. That sounds like so much fun. And so I just was like, okay, well, we're doing this. Let's do it. The more the merrier. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, one of my good friends from college, she's a traveling nurse. And so I know all about the hospital contract work and then having to do a lot of traveling and stuff for the job. Because you're there sometimes for a whole year, sometimes you're there for a month, sometimes you're there for 2 weeks. You never really know until the next contract comes in. So, but y'all, we are so close to the final sprint, which means I need to edit my little title. Do. The final sprint. Woo! Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do do. Why does it still say sprint in session? Oh my gosh. I always forget to change the banners. uh so what are y'all doing up this late? Are we all writing? Are we watching TV? What are we doing? Like what do y'all do when you're up this late? Because I be sleeping at this time. Actually, most of y'all are just waking up. I forget that. See, it's so. We were just talking about it, y'all. I'm getting delusional. I'm not forming sentences. Somebody shut me up, please. But I just think it's so cool how many people in chat are just from all over the world, and how we're all in different time zones, but we're all here hanging out on the internet randomly. Like but before I started this YouTube channel, I never had internet friends. So I just think this is so cool. Yeah, riding in between caring for a little one. It looked like hell, honestly. I'm regularly up this late because I'm a chronic night owl. See, I wish I could be. I want to be. It's just my job doesn't allow me to be because one thing about me, if I don't get my full 8 hours, I mean that's a lie. I feel like the most that I can function on and still like be like okay, like be normal in a day is like 6 hours. I need like a good solid 6 hours, and then I'm fine. So I'm probably going to go to bed at 2 a.m. I'll probably be up at like 8:30 in the morning, which is, crazy to some people. But I mean, that's really like all I need. I'm a night shifter and I'm usually up and writing or reading. I love the term night shifter. That's fun. Ugh. Yeah, I'm starting to learn that I also can never, but it's fine. I'm having fun. I might not be making a whole lot of writing progress, but I'm having a great time with all of you. A night owl, start writing at 9 p.m. and just try to get 2 to 3 sprints in. Very nice. Also in California, so it's not quite as late. So that you're 2 hours behind me. So I think it's 11:20 there. If I'm getting my coasts correct. What? That's not even a word, Cody. At night, all my functions shut down. As you can tell, my functions are also shutting down. My function of speech, thought, forming a sentence. I'm in Los Angeles. It's past my bedtime, but not that late. Yeah. Me and Clark actually were just in Los Angeles at the end of July. It was my first time ever there, and when we were there, the weather was beautiful. It was like a lovely 67, 68 degrees, maybe like low 70s, and it was chef's kiss, shorts, t-shirt, beautiful weather, but we did not take into account that UV rays are still a thing on those days, even though it might feel kind of like cool and chill outside. Yeah, we got burnt up, but it's fine. We still had a great time, and we healed. Got to go to bed. This was very fun. Thanks for the live stream. Was able to get a good 800 words done, so that's great progress. Awesome. Well, have a wonderful night, Christina, and we will see you on the next stream. Everyone's saying good night. My function never forms. That's so real and so valid. I get that. That is me. Yes, 11:20 for you guys over there. All right, friends. The time has come for us to lip sync for our lives. One final time. 40 minutes is on the clock. Best of luck, and I will see you all when the dust settles. All right, everyone. We have officially, I'm not even going to put the yap time up. It's not yap time. The time for yapping has passed. I do fear. But how did you do? Let me know how you did really quick, and then we're going to log off because this old man is ready to go to sleep. Let me know how it went for you. I think I know how the first chapter is going to go. I know what are because I love like a chapter one that starts off by breaking a norm, and you're like, wait, what? What's going on? And so I found the norm that I would kind of want to break to kind of raise the suspicion and raise the stakes a bit. So, what do you mean I look tired? I am wide awake. I am not tired one bit. That's a kid. That's a lie. I am tired. But almost done with an application. That's very nice. 58 words on my first chapter down. Duchess has come to say hello to all of you. Can I get the camera to come over here? Say hi, Duchess. Say hello. She did not want to be perceived, but that's okay. The blankets in the dryer finished. Now I'm on the last few rows of the sleeve and it'll be done. So I'm going to push through a bit longer and then pass out. Very nice. Very nice. I applaud you and your commitment. Yes, she is a pretty kitty. Every time I'm in this chair, she's like, "Can I be in the lap?" Yeah. She's my one of my emotional support kitties to get me through all the scary revising of books, right? Because revising books is scary. But it's not as scary when you have a duchess. So a duchess and a honey, but honey has crawled into bed with her other father. So anyways, all that to say, y'all, we have been live for over 4 hours. That is wild time. It is currently 2:05 a.m. where I reside, which means it is time for me to log off and go to bed. But while you're here, if you want to drop a Hive log into the chat, I will happily add that into the vlog on a week from today. So yeah, go ahead, drop those Hive logs really quick. I'm gonna just run the camera. So you can all say you were here. We have proof. Love it. I always go just a few extra seconds because every time I do this, as soon as I stop, one more person puts it in there. We've seen him writing. Thank you so much for confirming that I did in fact write until 2 a.m. Okay. Awesome. Thank y'all. Thank y'all so much for being here. Y'all are always a hoot and a half, and I know anytime that I get on here to do some writing spreads, I'm gonna have a good time because y'all are a good time. So love y'all so much. And if you haven't signed up for 90 Day Novel, if you want to do that, go check out my newest video. Went live today. Discord and TrackBear links are in the description if you're interested. And yeah, with that, I'll see you on a video next week. Love you so much. Bye. What am I doing with this hand? I don't know.